Are you ready to start? Yeah, very good. A very good morning to you in this beautiful place. It's so good to see you again. After, for me now, it's 3 years, no, more than 3 years, because I haven't been to Athens in real, so fantastic. Henry, do you need some more? Yeah, okay, and you are most welcome to discuss the coastal ribbon.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Anyway, it's very good to see you again, and our first topic of the day is the coastal ribbon and what it is, how we define it, and what we have done in the coastal ribbon working group. And later at 10:45 we are going to discuss the vocabularies. So, one thing is, I will see if I really need the micro, because it's a little weird to use the laptop and the micro. I will test it, and you tell me if you can understand me, the guys and girls in the last row. Can you still understand me? Oh, yeah, I will switch it off. Oh yes, good test. It is. Maybe it works like this?
No. For us, yes, but for online people, I think no.
Ah, okay, I will use this one then. Can we switch? Into the discussion of what is the coastal ribbon and what do we need. So, the coastal ribbon in EMODNET-Geology, we had the word coastal ribbon and the topic of coastal ribbon and several work package descriptions. Work package 2 had it as geological data specification and sourcing, the collation of information on the coastal ribbon for sea-land linkage, this is it, included. Work package 3 is there too. Seabed substrate for the coastal ribbon, work package 3 will link up with work package 5, well, and 4 and others, as seabed substrate is an important factor in coastal behavior and type. Work package 4, well, seafloor geology, collate comparable seabed geology, quaternary and pre-quaternary, and geomorphology information for the coastal ribbon to allow proper land and sea connection. A vocabulary working group will be established with experts from other work packages, in particular work package, well, I include now 4, 5, because you are in, 6 and 8 to incorporate as much expert knowledge as possible and synchronize description of cross-work package features on the coastal ribbon. Examples are geomorphology and shallow quaternary geology in the coastal ribbon, which affect shoreline behavior and type. Work package 5, coastal behavior. Extending the coastal type map of the previous phase with the coastal ribbon map. Connecting sea and land, map the coastal ribbon in close cooperation with work package 4. optimizing the INSPIRE vocabulary on geomorphology. And here we can imagine Sütze sitting here. He is one of the major people sitting in our coastal ribbon group, but he told me just he has to switch because both rooms and the topics of both rooms are important for him. Work package 8. The coastal ribbon work on work package 5 will provide relevant input for reconstruction of the submerged prehistoric landscapes of the European continental shelf at various time periods crucial to Paleolithic and Mesolithic man. And we have work package 6, where the coastal ribbon is important as well, because it's an important feature for events and probabilities. This just as an instruction, because I think you don't have in mind our work package descriptions anymore, which we have in our tender and proposal. So now we go into the coastal ribbon working group, which is consistent of Sütze, myself, Andrea, Carlo Innocenti, Simone Orofise, Anu Kaskila, Heather, who is not here at the moment. It's in the other session. Werner, who is here, new member. And Sokol, you're here, that's fantastic. And the group is open for new members, of course. It's not a fixed group, it's just a little core that started to discuss this. The task of our group is to collate comparable seabed geology, quaternary and pre-quaternary, and geomorphology and other information connected to the coastal ribbon to allow proper sea and land connection. And I have to say, this is the definition for work package 4. We have just seen the definitions for the other work packages. Well, so what did we do? What have we done? And we are now getting right into our topic, because this was discussed online in Utrecht, and it was a challenge to follow the discussion while I was online sitting in Lower Saxony while you were in the room. And Sokol, you were one of the people who made major input in this, and we were trying meanwhile to somehow adapt this. So I hope we can discuss it and come to a good solution. So one thing is that in phase 5, we wanted to focus especially on the coastal ribbon to ensure the compatibility of the sea land with terrestrial units to have a proper and a good sea-land connection, meaning the geology on land and onshore, often if you are mapping them, it looks a little different to what you map offshore. And especially in the coastal regions, you have often something that looks like a fault, but isn't. It's just a coastline. And this is something we are going to start to mend as good as possible, because the coastal ribbon, the coast, is a very important feature for geology and for the population, because there we have coastal erosion. This is why Sütze is also in here. We have the Wadden Sea. We have coasts that are dynamic, and we have the danger of flooding that comes in there. So how the coastal ribbon looks like, however we define it, because that's our major point, is important. So we will look not only on the work package 5 coastal behavior definitions, but also on every work package and everybody who is going to, and we are going to have a look at the coastal ribbon for each work package. I think for work package 7, the minerals, it's not so important because they are disparate mostly in the sea part for work package 3, who are really covering the whole seabed for EMODNET, and 4, 5 especially, 6 especially because you're also covering the whole seabed, and 8, it's an important topic. So, and now, here we go. In Utrecht, we introduced the way how we are going to define the coastal ribbon. And we said we define the coastal ribbon as extending a maximum of 10 kilometers landward and seaward of the present-day coastline. You see a lot of question marks in here, and it's already sort of wiped out, but it's still standing there so that you can see what we had. And then we had a discussion with Sokol and others involved, and it was said, no, we can't do it like this. And now in the Coastal Ribbon Working Group, also in exchange with you, we came up with a new definition. I think it came mostly from you, Andrea, and I hope we can work with it. We define the coastal ribbon as extending landward and seaward, we know this, as far as geological dynamics have direct influence on the evolution of present-day coastline. We can let it stand here, and we can go on to see why it's important that we have a good definition of the coastal, of the present day of the coastline. Or would you like to start to jump into the discussion right now? Give me a sign. Come on. Yes, no, perhaps. Vera?
I wonder if we also had a discussion then of what geological dynamics is.
We didn't.
Because it's still be important, of course.
Yeah. So, good point. Well, I can't write in this presentation, I think, right now. But that's a good point we will keep in mind. What is it? What does it mean? How can we define that? Okay. Andrea and...
We should speak in the
please.
Okay.
Okay.
There is somebody watching us.
We don't know. Andrea, and then at least you can also come and make your point.
Yeah, okay. Let's say that I made this sentence as a compilation of different suggestions. And the point was to have not a very strict definition, because obviously, I mean, if you consider what is actually influencing the coastline, the present-day coastline, you can even go farther on land, like 200 kilometers. I mean, it depends on the solid transport of the river supply, on the current dynamics along the seashore. So, I mean, it's much more than whatever distance you might define. If you use a fixed distance, then you limit the adoption of whatever. So this is a way to leave people free to decide how far they want to go to consider what influences present-day coastline. So that's why it's kind of a flexible definition, let's say. That's why it's not defined exactly, because it's impossible to do that.
But I guess we will have to define geological dynamics.
Yeah, okay.
Please. Say again. You're right. The microphone.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we will need to define what geological dynamics is and have. I don't know if there is already standard definition, or we have to come up with it ourselves. Yeah.
I don't think there is a definition. The point is that there was this discussion also in the GSEU project. Were you there in Work Package 5? No. Anyway, that's why in the end we decided to say, okay, let's say geological dynamics, because we are in the EMODNET-Geology lot. So that's, I mean, obviously it says everything and nothing at the same time, because it's not something defined anyway. But okay, I mean, it's open to discussion. We can find a better definition.
By the way, next one was this, then okay. This was first, sorry. I can't see this. I don't know, I think I'm so cool that you... Okay.
Maybe I have two questions or comments. I'll stand up. Yes. Yes, I'm Liz Mortensen from the Geological Survey of Faroe Islands, Jarfanje. With the coastal ribbon, it says a maximum of 10 kilometers, and my first question would be, what's the minimum then? Would that be, you know, any landscape at the coast has some influence, you know, it can be tall or small. What's the minimum for a ribbon? That's one question. And the other question is when you look at influence of evolution of present-day coastline, is that influence of salt, brackish water? How far in does that go? Which can be far, probably, in large countries.
Okay, Liz, thank you very much. I put this in here so that we can discuss it. Next one was Sokol, and okay.
Okay. Now, regarding limits for coastal ribbon, I think that the key word for everything in the definition given there in bold is the sediment supply. So, supply. So, if we have a coastline that have no much sediment supply, we will have a bigger erosion. If the sediment supply is bigger, the erosion is lower. So we have to define from where the sediment supply came. So it came from the rainfall, from the rivers, and from the waves, sea waves. So in this way, is transported. So my idea is that the coastline, the coastal ribbon, landward must be extended until the limit of the low river flow. I don't know how the river flow we divide in 3 sections: higher, middle, and lower, and seawards until the area where the waves break. So this must be the geomorphological limits, and we have another point of reference that are the quaternary sediments. So if we are in an area where we have not quaternary sediments, there is not coastal ribbon. So geologically must be maybe the limit between quaternary and pre-quaternary deposition. But will be more easier to dry, and we have not place where to dry here our ideas.
Thank you very much, Sokol. I don't know, did you introduce yourself? No.
Sokol Margo, Director of Geological Marine Geology in Albanian Geological Survey.
Thank you. Sokol, I tried to catch what you just wrote, and I'm now collecting. So Arina is next one. It's a good gymnastics. Thank you. We can try. Maybe our nice technician.
Thank you. Thank you. This is Irene Zanariri from the Hellenic Survey of Geology and Mineral Exploration. Yeah. Okay.
You're so good. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to say that it's exceptional what we have started working on the coastal ribbon because it's a very complex issue and something of interest to also the public authorities and people that have been working there. We started with a test area to see what we can extract and how is the way to work from that, given all the input that you have given us. And from our part, what we try to do is to define different environments mainly connected to geomorphology, because if you have a different geomorphological setting onshore, then the coastal ribbon extends differently. So we are trying to build a database with the complementary information from onshore and offshore that will allow us to define, first of all, the extent of the coastal ribbon, and then also the elements that we have. So we are checking geomorphology and slopes and water supply from onshore, from the mountain ranges, and what kind of sediments we have along the coast, and also then we see offshore what happens. Mm-hmm. So it's quite complex, and I think we cannot really work, let's say, in all the coastal area of Greece. It has to be divided, and also I'm sure this applies to other countries as well, to different geological environments. So, thank you.
Thank you. Huh, it works. This is something I would like to see. Do you have brought some examples which would be fantastic?
Yes, I can
to
show
have a
you
look
afterwards, and I was going to show it also to the meeting in the EGS, the Marine Geology Expert Group meeting, but I can show you on the computer afterwards in the break.
Oh, okay. Well, it would be perhaps also interesting to see it now, but we are now collecting some more ideas.
Okay.
Anu.
So good morning, Anu Kaskela from the Geological Survey of Finland. I was just thinking about the Finnish coast that's very exposed, and we have lots of rocks, like a crystalline bedrock, and I would still say that it's coastal ribbon area, even though it's not non-quaternary within our area. And we've sometimes defined coastal ribbon, especially when we do surveys. It's a very shallow area that's difficult to map with our vessels. So I was thinking that perhaps it's some sort of combination of slope and rivers and this kind of depth. But probably it really depends on the area where you're working with. What is this dynamic area that people consider as a coastal ribbon? Mm-hmm. But outside that, I think that it is also a major output if we are able to define the coastal ribbon and do some sort of a GIS layer that this is the coastal ribbon as we see it. So, yeah.
Thank you, Anu. Exciting and dynamic discussion. Well, Vera.
Hi, Vera van Lanker from the Royal Belgian Institute of Natural Sciences. Forgive me if it's not on top of my mind, but I'm lagging a bit the vision of all of the work packages, and maybe we should take some time during those 2 days to maybe even in PowerPoint make some polygons or circles where each of the work package sit, and what are we trying to achieve here? Is it to show the importance of geology to understand what is happening in the coastal zone? Is that the goal? So what is really what we are after with coastal ribbon? Because I'm a bit confused, because I know first coastal ribbon was used in the EMODNET bathymetry, and it was meant to have the very high resolution mapping approach. Here it's much wider than that, but it's not too clear anymore for me in the different work packages. What are we after? And maybe we should take some time for that.
Okay, thank you, Vera. I just go back to the formal descriptions that we have included it in our proposal because we thought, and also, well, in discussion with Sitze, we thought it's a very important point for the population and for EMODNET and the new topic, and especially as the coastal ribbon, the land-sea connection was not existing. As far as I also have watched the introduction, I have seen the introduction of the CSA GZEO project, which is about building a geological service of Europe, distributed in several work packages. One of them is on marine geology, and I know that Sitze is involved, and some of you are involved. Who is involved in the CSA GZEO? Yeah. There it was mentioned as well that a special focus should be taken on the land-sea connection, which shows that it's an important point for Eurogeo service and for Europe as well. But I take your point. We can have in mind while we are listening to all the many presentations of our work packages, have in mind the coastal ribbon, what is important. At the moment we are sort of quite formal here, and if I just may go on with the definition, with the presentation, we can have a look why we are working on actually the definition right now, because as most of the work packages have some task on the coastal ribbon in there, we were having the working group, we founded our working group in order to first of all see what kind of information can each of the EMODNET partners provide for the coastal ribbon subdivided by work packages, just to have an inventory first. And of course, it's a very good question that you are just posing of, does it make sense? Which is the extract what I take out of you, Vera. And this is something I would like to park here right now. We go on with the presentation, and then in the end, we can discuss in the group we are here, what do we think the sense of this is? We can put together a point of some arguments and collect them over, wow, I like the discussion. And we are only on the, I think, third slide. And we can also follow all the work package discussions, and on Thursday again have a sort of inventory of why we think the coastal ribbon is important or not.
No, just a small remark and suggestion. So I'm not doubting the sense, not at all. It's very important, but where does it stop and what are the end goals? And maybe a suggestion could be if we can ask for a big sheet, maybe?
What?
A big white sheet, and we have a table somewhere. But during the meeting, and that we just make some circles of all the work packages, and that we define that people are just free to write up objectives or what is the expectations from everyone from the different work packages and the interaction, and then to come also to see some knowledge gaps, because we also have to think about the future. So if we just have, I don't know if it would be possible to have a big sheet. But just to have some input from people just by writing on a paper. Yeah.
Well, we can do this. I also saw some other fingers going up. May I just suggest, because I see that we only have 35 minutes left, time is running like hell, can we just go on with the presentation so that you can see the frame of it? I will remember, Sokol, that you had a hand and there was somebody else who had a hand. And Werner, okay? Please keep and park your ideas. I will write down white sheet of paper in order to catch the ideas. And we will work out what our question should be, Vera, okay? and you keep your ideas and we go on for now. So, what we were, because we didn't know in the work, as work package leaders and in the working group, what kind of information will be available anyway for each work package, also on the land side for the coastal ribbon. Even if we didn't define it, we know what kind of maps we do have, in which scale we do have them. Well, at least those who are familiar with the mapping scales and maybe not the very small scales. So we thought, and we set up an inventory, an Excel sheet, where information for each work package and from each of the partners is just asked for. What kind of information do you have? So, well, if I say, yeah, for sediments, it would be, where's the microphone? Okay.
So for sediments, it's mainly what kind of sediment you have on the coastal area on land, and how that's comparable with the substrates or by the sea. Mm. That was the original idea that we had.
That was the original idea. Well, for work package 4 and seafloor geology, it was what kind of pre-quaternary information do you have on land? So in order to connect it with offshore, what kind of quaternary information is available on land in order to connect it offshore, and what kind of geomorphological information is there in order to connect it offshore. And as you know, this includes for the geology age, lithology and genesis, and for the geomorphology, the geomorphological features. And if we are going now somewhere here for work package 5, who can speak for work package 5? No, but for work package 6, what kind of information we should be collecting?
Well, on land, there are at least 2 features which are actually interact with the dynamics in water, which are volcanoes and landslides. And we also made an attempt to extend the interpretation of interaction with landslides in one place in Italy. Simone, my colleague, made this attempt, and this way you can see that actually you can go much farther on land if you consider how much these interact with the coastline. Mm-hmm. Because landslides, especially along the coastline, generally are coming from land, and then they go into the water and extend farther on both sides.
Okay. So is anybody here from, thank you, Andrea. Is anybody here from work package 8? No, because Heather is probably in the other room. Yeah, well, this is how it is. Thank you. You already have seen, well, the Excel sheet, how we built it, and now we can quickly explain what we thought should be the kind of information that should be collected, because you know that each of our work package has guidelines and work package descriptions, what kind of attribute, what kind of term is needed. So you can say, for example, for work package 4, it's lithology. Then, are there data available or data products available for the terrestrial part of the ribbon? Whatever, however we define it. Or for the marine part of the ribbon. Or if you have any combined products. For us, the most important thing is now really the terrestrial part. I mean, you're all mapping also terrestrial geology in your country, and perhaps you have already combined products there that, for example, if I'm thinking of the 1 to 2.5 250,000 geological map of Germany, we have information on land, we have also information offshore. this would be an interesting information, and probably you have similar geology in your land as well in your countries. Just going through the Excel sheet, then what kind of map is it? Is it analog? Is it digital? Did you use a subsurface model? It's a map. Is it a digital terrain model? If you have the information, this is all voluntary information. You just can also say a map, and that's about it. Well, the scale is important because if we are going really into the detail, as we have discussed earlier, the scale like 1 to 10,000 or 1 to 20,000 is of course relevant. But for example, in Germany, the maps that we are having terrestrial and perhaps also in combination start at 1 to 50,000 and 1 to 250,000, we have a combination. So this is the kind of information we would provide, but probably you have similar things. It's very easy because it's about the mapping scale in your country. Then this is a difficult one, but it's an attempt of the working group. If you have any idea how much work it would cost you to compile or to provide the relevant information, you can put this in here. We said one would be, yes, we can do this phase. We didn't fill that in with a 1. We said 2. No, we can't. 2 for feasible next phase. Or 3, we can't do this because we don't have the information. It's not possible. So this is important for later if we are going through all the Excel sheets to see if this is possible at all to have a collection, a collation of this for the next phase or at all in EMODNET-Geology. It was also suggested that we could work on a case study, and I think Andrea already started in Italy to do this, if I remember well. So is it possible to have, we can work on this in a case study? Doesn't have to be this phase, can be next or the one after next. Then, of course, from where do the information come, and the filling of the questionnaire. And the last thing is, if you have an example that you would like to show us, and Sitze very kindly provided one for TNO, fantastic, he did. And you can provide this too. So it's very simple. So we define, as already Andrea said, the coastal ribbon as wide and flexible as possible, because then it's about the area and the scale you can provide the information of data that you already have. You don't have to go out and map them. It's always, as we also discussed yesterday, EMODNET is always about information that is already there. And if you are having a new mapping campaign, of course this information can go in there as well. So, and why our inventory? Oh. First things first, it is not mandatory that we are starting this in this phase, we are just preparing it. So it's not what we need to do in this phase. We only have to show that it's feasible or not, if you put in a 3, and that we can accumulate added value for the coastal ribbon output, maybe next phase or the one after next. Okay, excellent. So bye-bye, Anu. So what we did, set up the inventory in order to know what kind of data we could collect for the coastal ribbon. And as a part of case studies, data and data products may be already provided to the work package leaders if you have them. You can, you don't have to, if it's just there and ready. We can show in our case studies the difficulties that we may we may encounter if we try to stitch together the marine geology, the land geology to the marine geology. So one of the difficulties we obviously have, or one of the challenges, is how to define the coastal ribbon, and I would suggest that we find a definition that is as wide as possible, because as you have seen in the inventory, it's a very general inventory. It goes through each work package. It includes genesis, what you said. Where does it belong to? It includes geomorphology, as Irina says. It includes the seabed sediments. It includes the tectonic features. Everything that we are collecting on land, offshore, we also see if there is information that you can provide onshore as well, and if we are lucky, if you have information that already has both information in it. So this inventory is about what could be the potential contributions to in this phase or in the next one, as I already said. And we are not looking at data and products that have already been in the project, that you already have provided, but we are looking for, well, onshore data and maybe those combined data that have not been provided already. And if you really think, or if you think that working on the coastal ribbon tasks is not feasible, this is something we are asking in the inventory as well. You know, this would be option 3. We can't do this, we don't have the data, it's not possible. And if we go on, well, in the explanatory letter, you can't read it right just now, but you just see there is a long explanatory letter that would accompany this inventory, and it included, this was what we discussed in Utrecht and started here, it includes a definition of the coastal ribbon, because we didn't want to let you hang around and not know what is meant with the coastal ribbon. But again, this is first of all about a general inventory, what is there, what we did in the beginning of EMODNET with the offshore data, if there is any onshore data. So we really should have a very wide definition so that you can provide what you have, because you can specify what kind of information you have. So I think also it would include what you have, Sokol, including the genesis. You have whatever, 1 to 20,000 scale information on, and here we go. Do we need 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, or 50 kilometers coastal ribbon? For us, for Germany, it doesn't matter, because our information is so small scale. We have it, but probably it's important for you. And let's go on. Well, probably we have now solved some of the questions that came up. We have perhaps risen some new questions. And perhaps in the beginning I did not say, and well, this is maybe the easiest thing to solve, who I am. I'm Christina Asch from the German Geological Survey and coastal ribbon enthusiast and work package 4 leader for the seafloor geology. So thank you for this, and now we can go on with our questions and discussions. The first one is you, Sokol. You had a question earlier. Oh, Andrea, thank you.
I had no question. I wanted to continue the discussion with Vera, because she asked why we need coastal ribbon, because we have those data in other work packages. You asked something before.
Again, the why is that land-sea interaction is important. That's for sure. But then maybe I'm just still a bit confused about why do we why do we choose coastal ribbon? Why don't we call it land-sea interaction? That it would make more sense to me.
So I had not understood good the question,
it's absolutely
but
right.
I wanted to say something. It's a very good thing to put in EMODNET some data from the land side. I had a problem different times when I send data about minerals. We have some kind of data that are in the coastal area, but that sometimes are into the water, sometimes are outside the water, and I didn't know to put or not those data. So if we extend our data in the coastal ribbon, so we can include those data in the other work package. So the coastal ribbon is a facility for us to declare our data more easily, I think. And it's very important to link land and sea, because if we choose to declare, to put data only where our ships can sail and can make measurements, we are isolated from the rest of the world that stay in land and not in sea. I don't know if you understood me.
Sokol, did I catch this right? You say to draw the data more easily. I didn't catch the word. You said for you it's important in order to draw the data more easily or to draft the data?
To explain my ideas, I can...
It's my ear, just...
And mine has problem now. I thought that to explain my ideas, I need to draw them, so to have a white table and to...
okay, white paper. We will do this. Werner was next.
Werner Brandbjørnsen from Geological Survey of Denmark and Greenland. It was just a comment to the previous, also adding this the complexity of the coastal zone. So there are lots of challenges, but I think there are also really great opportunities for EMODNET in this. So it is the most dynamic region, and there is a transition of this region. So it's not a dynamic or a constant delineated area that we are trying to define here, because it will change with climate change. So I think we have a nice opportunity here to link the coastal ribbon to changing climate, especially sea level rise. So both the offshore border, let's say if that is the storm basis which is chosen, then that may change if the wind climate change. And onshore, of course, it will change with the sea level rise and inundation. And that will be very different from country to country, depending on the type of coast. So in Denmark, where we have lowland sedimentary coasts, it will have a huge impact on how the coastal ribbon will look in the future. In other countries where it's more a rocky coast, maybe the change will not be so big. So I think this is a great opportunity to start producing these more time series maps, so that we actually have a working group here where maps at one time will look different at another time, and that also justifies that we should go on for a longer time with this project.
Okay, thank you, Werner. Because there are so many ideas coming up here, and our time is not so much left. Oh, you have another point, I see. I just wanted to say, if you think I wrote down something wrongly, I will send it around and you can optimize the keywords, because, you know, it's always a challenge to catch what you are saying, write it down, and think at the same time. So forgive me if there is something
This is what I say, to try ideas.
To try ideas. Thank you. This is super so cool. To try ideas. To draw data, you know, I'm so data focused. Thank you. Andrea.
Yeah, following what Werner said, actually that would be a very nice suggestion. It's kind of a complement to Work Package 5, because in Work Package 5 we have evolution of coastline, which tells you, okay, is it going landward or seaward? And we might provide additional maps saying, okay, this was the situation in 1980, this is the situation in 2020, something like that. It's, again, like maps, providing information like a photograph of a specific moment, and then you can do whatever you like with that. I mean, we are not suggesting anything, we are just providing an information concerning a time, a precise time. That's, that might be also, let's say, a suggestion of what is possible to provide. It's a kind of a deliverable. So also to make it easier to partners, because, you know, also the kind of inventory that we were organizing might be not so easy to compile. Whereas if you ask for, have you got a picture of your coastline in, I don't know, I mean, we can say whatever time, or when you have pictures of your coastline, something like that. And,
pictures.
And then pictures, I mean, the data from that time. Not pictures, it's like, you know, yeah, but not, I mean, it's a way to reconstruct a time series, but we ask for just one shot each, I don't know if I explained what I
can
meant.
imagine it. It's maybe 100 years ago, and you might have an old map, and this kind of information like is that. On paper, but if there is some information there.
Something like that.
Interesting. Wow. Okay. May I thank you, Andrea. I put it down, and again, if I wrote something down not so nicely, I will send it around. And I think if we manage today to sit down in a small group and work out something we can show tomorrow in the work package for presentation, where we have the coastal ribbon as well, this will be nice. And we will find the white sheet of paper that Vera suggested. I think Ljubo will have it. But for the time being now, I know it is a challenge and very difficult to find a definition of the coastal ribbon that is optimal. And I can understand if you are not happy maybe with this one, definitely not with the one before of the 10 kilometers. But in order that we can start with the inventory and you have time to fill it in, I really would like to go into, this was a core point why we didn't send out the inventory last time, because there was so much discussion about the definition. And I'm pretty happy that Andrea found a compromise definition that included most of the input. Well, it's just a question, can you live with it? Would you like to add on things? Would you like to include width of kilometers? Now, lots of questions to you. Can we send out the inventory if we have this definition, or let's say some additional information, or not? So, Sokol, just a moment. Microphone.
So we have to define why, to know how much or how we have to define why we need this. To define how long or how wide will be the area.
I'm not quite sure if I understand. The why is in the...
As I have understood here, everybody of us have its own idea, and nobody understands each other. This is my idea.
Okay.
Hello, Ozan Hassan, Croatian Geological Survey. Maybe if I'm right with Sokol, I think he wants to say what will be the focus of this coastal ribbon. If it's erosion, then this coastal ribbon doesn't have to be very wide, depending, of course, on morphology. But if your focus is on sediment supply, for example, then this is not actually anymore a coastal ribbon, because this can extend as long as the river goes into the land. So this is the main thing, and I think that's on the way what Vera was talking about. So if you can define the focus of this, then you can say whether this can be a ribbon or this can be a extension of geology for inland as far as the geological dynamics affect the sediment supply or whatever.
Here I actually need Sütze, because he is the one that is working on the coastal behavior, and he is one of the core persons in our working group, and he would be the one. I understand now, you too, I understand the point, but I think we can't define it right now and here, because we need also his input to that one. The question is, you are thinking about the kind of information you have if you go more upriver, for example, upstream. It will be more work to compile this. Okay, then I would say for us it also wouldn't be more work, because our information is anyway for the whole of the country. Still, can we work with this? Because then here we have the very fuzzy word of geological dynamics, which we can define as we want. And in our inventory, we are actually asking for map data that you have especially for the on-land and also for the coastal ribbon. And I'm not sure if if it doesn't make a big difference of compiling the data. If we say it's 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 50 kilometers, it includes rivers up to then, and then will make a big difference. Or should we include this? This is a workshop, this is a discussion. Let's talk about it for the next 5 minutes. Then we have our next workshop. Difficult issue. As you know, I would like to be practical and have a look at what data we have at all. Are we talking about something that makes sense? Do you think it's feasible or not? But I see that it is also important. Sokol, you belong to us. You have to stay. Where are you going? Oh, I see. Okay.
We have to discuss together after this meeting.
We do, of course, sure.
To create a common idea, because here someone speak about coastline erosion. Some other said orthophoto and other. My idea and the idea that we have created in Albania, the genetic coastal zones, is we have a coastline. For example, in Albania, we have different types of coastline. Maybe created by sand, maybe created by solid rocks, Cretaceous, for example, or belong to Neogen. They have different scales of erosion. And why those coastlines have this nature and not another? And this is thanks to the way they are created. So this must be the goal of the coastal ribbon, and the coastal ribbon must be a different work package. So if we have now 12, we need to have 13 work packages, one of them to be coastal ribbon, and not coastal ribbon to collect the things that the other work packages have created. Need to have new data to define the limits, landward and the seaward. I have give a proposal, written proposal about this. So I think that we have to discuss about my proposal if nobody other have not a more definite proposal than mine. Okay, now I'm going smoking.
Okay, thank you. But we still have the task in this phase to start to work on the coastal ribbon. We have the proposal from Sokol to have a new work package working completely on the coastal ribbon, which we will forward tomorrow in the audience. But still, we see the need in our working group to, at first, check the basics. Is there information that you can provide with which effort to the coastal ribbon? And for that, we have, I will fill this. We have to, this works. There is a vivid discussion on the definition. And let's go back to this again. Apart from the proposal from Sokol to have a completely new working group working on the coastal ribbon, can we work with this definition so far that we have a rather wide definition of it so that we can send out the inventory, or we just leave the definition of the coastal ribbon out at all and say you can define it as you want, but I think a definition is a good one. And you can especially put in, for example, for you, you don't have the information, it doesn't make sense, it's too much effort. It can be done in the next phase, or it can be done even in this phase, which probably only very few people have. This is, I know, a difficult thing, but I would like to know your opinion on this. Please, Andrea.
So let's say that, well, this discussion followed an autonomous direction, because it started from the white ribbon at sea and then went on land to include the emerged parts. And then it also continued into other issues which actually concerns different work packages. So as you saw, any work package has a different definition. Obviously, you can apply a definition concerning geomorphology, which is something. You can apply a definition concerning sediment dynamics, which is something else. You can apply a definition concerning volcanoes, which is something else as well. And obviously, even in that case, you have on-land areas that actually affect the evolution of the coastal ribbon, because it depends on eruptions, the kind of lavas that are emitted, and all this stuff. So I would say that somehow what Vera was saying, to define it as land-sea interaction instead of coastal ribbon, might actually suit better what we are trying to do now. The point is that we hadn't got a precise idea at the beginning. We just went on with our discussion. And so, okay, that it's, to me, it is reasonable to call it lengthy interaction. And it might also be the case, I don't know, I mean, this is open to discussion, to create an additional work package or an additional working group or whatever. So
we will see.
I mean, it's really open. I don't think we should, because I had the feeling that everyone has his own approach, and then it is kind of misleading when he listen to definitions which don't stick to what his approach is. So it's a kind of, I mean, I would say, let's try to be more free. Even obviously, I agree that geological dynamics doesn't mean anything. I mean, it's a very wide definition, which is only concerns, okay, can be whatever has to do with geology. And actually, okay, but this is, I don't want to go too far.
No,
But,
no.
okay, so let's say I would subscribe to the proposal of Vera to call it lengthy interaction, and to keep in mind that we should have a kind of flexible approach, free, everybody's free to actually interpret this as it feels it is meaningful for his coastal area.
Thank you, Andrea. That was a very constructive contribution. As you see, meanwhile, I have written down another definition, which leaves us a lot of flexibility. There is also a point that we had indeed, as soon as we are going into details about Genesis and how far we are going, it will be very difficult to find a common denominator, especially for each work package. So I quite like the idea of a very broad definition. I would really love to continue this all of the morning, but we have another working group, which is the vocabulary that is strongly connected with this one. So I would like to finish this now. We will have to think and talk into the breaks about how we cope with this. And we will discuss this more tomorrow in the work package 4, in the coastal ribbon section of work package 4, 5, and the other ones, because this is not only work package 4, it's a cross work package. So perhaps it's a good idea to found a new work package in the next phase that is going to work on that one in connection with all of our work packages and our guidelines which we already have. So, an interesting and challenging and important topic for the future. I thank you all very much for your contributions here. And, well, are you ready to start with a new topic, which is now the vocabularies? Give me a thumb up or a thumb down. So let's have a comfort break of 5 minutes, okay? Thank you. this is an important input, because your answer actually is no, better elaborate next phase. So what are the other phases? I wrote it down. What is your input, friends and colleagues? I go around. Is there anything? We won't forget your glauconite sand and shell.
No, but I can add something to the reason that I'm saying this actually also, because in Belgium there's sand extraction ongoing, and you have two types of sand extraction, and one type is that they do not screen for shells, that they just extract and dump it on the coast. But then there is, of course, the sand extraction for quality sand for the industry, for the buildings and such things. And what they're doing is actually that the sand extraction is screened on board, and when there's too much shells, they just sieve it and they just dump it back on the sandbank itself, which implicates that your sediment is actually changing his signature on the seabed, which has implications of work package 3, that your sediment is going from sand to more a shelly sand or a gravelly spot. So that's actually why I'm telling this as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I have an idea and a suggestion, and I think it's already realized. If you're going into your units, which you are providing us, you are also providing us the information of the unit, how it has been called before. So glauconite is included, glauconite sand and shells and fine sand and rough sand and some other information that is definitely not Inspire conformal. If we are going into our, in the portal and click on the information, at least you can see it there. It means that you cannot see it while you are looking at the whole map, but at least the information is not lost, and perhaps we can work on that. But because if we are trying to somehow realize it now and going back to the former description, we end up with something that is not comparable anymore. So perhaps the solution is a progressing solution. First of all, the information is not lost and you can see it. If you really want to see it, it's there. And you go click on the information button, you go into the unit. And then for the next phase, and we will suggest this, we will insist that there is a need to extend the vocabularies and that each of the work packages, well, let's see what the other work package leaders are saying. At least the work package 6 leader thinks it's a good idea because Andrea is in here, but see what the others are saying. We are going to work systematically with everyone like we did for the geomorphology in order to see what additional information, what additional terms are needed for the lithology, and perhaps genesis is another one, descriptions of our rock units. And I think we can work with this and nobody has to go back in this phase and work hastily in the next half year on your sediment descriptions and check it, and then we will see that we have left out some other terms that are needed. That is, I think, a good way forward. What do you think? Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs... Good idea, at least Susanna thinks it, being part of the vocabulary group. Yes, please.
Yeah, Susanna Kilman from Geological Survey of Finland, and working with Work Package 3. And actually this would be quite good idea because we are developing the surface features of Work Package 3, and it's still in development, so this especially with the shells and stuff, shell amount of shells in the sediments. It's quite important, and it's one of the surface features that is already listed in, but the vocabulary in that mean in the surface feature, it's very much work in progress now, but the idea is kind of develop it further and get the gathering of that information a bit more coherent, because the first phase was that we gathered everything, and the result was, it was very, very heterogeneous, and it was a bit messy, and now we are trying to tackle and see how the grouping could be done like a better way. So, but maybe not in this phase. It's quite busy already in everything. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think we had another microphone. I'm just writing this down because I think this is something we can work with. We have so many other things at the moment to have to solve, and at least it's an in-between solution for the information. It's not lost, you can see it, and we have the prospect that we are going to work on the vocabulary in the next phase. Let me just clicking on the I button, okay. Don't want to lose the results. So, that was good, thank you. Now we are going into colors. Because one of the things that many participants have been suggesting to us is please, please, please somehow spread the colors within the quaternary legend, because it's so difficult to subdivide the units. And it might seem to be an easy thing to you, but you have to work on suitable color schemes. I suggested to Alex, who you probably know, oh, let's have a look on turquoise, bluish, greenish colors. No, we had to, that was a joke, we had to stay in the original sort of color family, but we had to also spread this a little bit to show the quaternary age. And what we did is that we were using, this is the former ones, this is the Inspire IUGS colors that we are already using for EMODNET-Geology. This is the one we are suggesting that spreads the colors a little bit, as you see, well, more than a little bit, so that you can subdivide the colors better. I will soon show you the result. We also systematically included hierarchies so that we start with the system, the series, the sub-series, and so on, and the stages. So there is a logic behind it. We did this, the IUGS did this. This was a former color scheme, and this one is the one that we have developed now. And we would like to show you how it looks like if you apply it to the map, which we did. Greetings from Alex. Hello, everybody. We used the EMODNET bathymetry lot coastline for the coastline, meaning that some information, some coastline is missing here, but you know how it looks like, and we at least have some information for the Caspian Sea as well. This is how the new color scheme looks like if we apply it just schematically on the quaternary age. But you will ask yourself at the moment and think, but we really don't have into our mind how it looked like before. And we have a before and after picture prepared for you, and you will see. Just a moment. This is how the data were subdivided before in the quaternary, and it looks, well, it looks all pretty yellowish, as you know, and with a newer color scheme, you can better subdivide the units, we feel. We can optimize it, but we wanted to show you, and I say we because Alex put quite some work into it, and I would like to recognize him. We wanted to show you that we are working on this, and we take the wish from the group seriously that the color scheme should be adapted. The other wish is, what we also did, is that we want to also include short notations for other for the units that didn't have been there before, and this is something we will have to work on with Uffe and Bjarni, how we can show this on the map layer without it being very, very huge. But this is just to show you that for each of the terms we are having in the H, we have also a hierarchical tree so that you can follow where this belongs to, and we have an abbreviation. And the point with abbreviations is that we found it impossible to find an international abbreviation scheme, not even from the IUGS, for the time units. No. We were really looking for it. If you find it, we are happy. We have been using an old one, which was from, I think, 2016. There was the last IUGS table where abbreviations for times were included, and after that, it disappeared, and they definitely didn't include stages and series. It wasn't in there. And what we did now is that we have been using, as already shown in Utrecht, there are German guidelines for the compilation of geological maps, and they do have an abbreviation for each stage and series. And for the time being, we are going to use it and start using it until something better comes around, and this is what we would like to show you. Well, actually this is our agenda for now. For the vocabulary is much more easy than for the coastal ribbon, and we already have found a solution how to work with the guidelines, meaning not to change, I think there's an English saying, not to change the horses in the midst of a stream. So while you're in a river, please don't change your horses. We will start to work on this in the next phase and apply it, and I think this will be very helpful. Meanwhile, the information, for example, for glauconite sand, can be extracted from each individual contribution. So, and from my side, I'm finished now for the vocabulary group, but now it's time for questions and points to discuss. I see some tired faces. I can relate to that. Please.
Okay. Uffe Larsen from GEOS again. Just wondered, is there a formal place to put, if you're going to define some new abbreviations for quaternary units? Do you have a formal place to put these new codes?
Good question. I'm now coming back to the CSA GZEO, to this new project of Eurogeo surveys to build a geological service of Europe with several work packages, I think also 10 or 12. And one of them is on geological data maps and modeling, and this includes vocabularies. Oh. And the vocabularies will be on lithology, anthropogenic units, and lithotectonics units. At least for the lithology, we will have a handhold there and a way to officially introduce this for Europe. For the other ones, not yet. I know that principally, there is a possibility to change, inspire vocabularies, but not easily, because you have to suggest a new vocabulary, and this has to be put in a repository. And then this can be, for example, labeled as EMODNET-Geology, seabed, seafloor geology, or EMOD-geology, EMODNET vocabulary. At least it was like this 3 years ago. I don't know if this still exists. So this is a task to check if this is still possible. But I remember that it was a long process to do this, because it needs also to be checked not only by us, but also by outside reviewers. But there is a way to do this. At least there was. So this will be something for me to check and for us to check perhaps. Is somebody of you familiar with putting vocabularies into the Inspire repository? No. But Andrea has a point.
Yes.
Take this.
Yes, well, the point with Inspire is that the vocabularies were elaborated by a committee which was in charge for the time they produced all the documents, and they stopped their activities. So whenever, I mean, we mentioned this issue many times in the past, but it actually never went through. We also provided kind of position papers to Eurogeo surveys in order to deliver the proposal to the committees, but this is not easy. That's why I propose to elaborate these vocabularies in the next phase, and then maybe we organize an official proposal to the commission, or I don't know, to the directorate or whatever, to propose the update of the Inspire vocabularies, because then you know that many terms that we use are not included in one single vocabulary, which is geological specification. But for instance, a few terms are included in natural risk zones, some others are included in the soil vocabularies, and there is another one, I don't remember which one is that now. But I mean, there are at least 4 different vocabularies of Inspire, because you know that they are subdivided for thematically, let's say. And if I can continue, because I have a couple of other suggestions. One is that we have a code for geochronological units that was elaborated for the geological database for the Italian geological map.
An Italian one, okay.
Yeah, it's an Italian. Okay, it's Italian, but it's the code is abbreviations with numbers, so it's. I mean, it can be easily understood that anyway we can provide the correspondence of each abbreviation to the original term. And that also used, because since it goes into a database, which means that you have to compile a field of an attribute table, they were coded this way. So you have 3 letters for each stage or period or whatever, and then a number, so that you can also indicate whether that is lower, middle, or upper. So it's like if you have like a general, let's say Maastrichtian, that's MAA 000, that's Maastrichtian. Then you have MAA 001 is lower Maastrichtian, 002 is middle Maastrichtian, 003 is upper Maastrichtian.
But these
this is something additional which is not included in the official stratigraphic scale of the international stratigraphy.
But you called it with numbers? There's numbers, not abbreviations?
No, letters. I mean, 3 letters for each term, plus numbers to indicate whether it is the whole of it or just a part of it. I can show you if you want.
Sure, I would be very interested. And
can I go on just browse on your browser?
Sure.
Because it's on. It's
just
online.
let me
it's one of our
store this. Excellent. So, interested to have a look at this. Where is the browser?
Okay, maybe it takes too long. But we can do it in some other time, and then
should be there.
Yeah. So,
yes, please.
Yeah.
I mean, we have. When shall we finish? At 12. What does the program say?
Yeah.
Yeah, lunch is at 12.
Okay. Just I hope it's. Documents. Oh, it's slow. It's kind of slow.
What we are doing, I'm filling now the gap while you're looking for it. We are using the IUGS ones. Then we have a separate column where we are including the ones from the German stratigraphic lexicon, which is IUGS where it can be plus additional terms. And then we can add, for example, on the Italian one to have a look at how this looks like. And probably I can imagine that the BGS has something similar too, and some of your surveys as well. So this is then a nice thing for you to tell us if you have it. You don't have to do it now. You can send it to us. I will also set up the call tomorrow, because it's very easy to change. I think, I think, Uffe, you can tell me, it should be easy to change the signature how you need it and how you want it. Okay.
So that's it. So you see, it's like this is Permian, and this, if it's generally Permian, is P000, and then if it's lower Permian is P001, if it's upper Permian it's P002.
Okay.
And that's one, just one letter for the period, and then you get more when you go to the stages. Sorry, it's, this is epoch, and then when like, okay, this was done a long time ago, so you still have Lias, Dogger, and Malmo, which are not valid any longer, but you have lower Jurassic, middle Jurassic, upper Jurassic. Obviously, this is in Italian. I mean, the explanation, but you can put it. You see that actually the letter is J. It's not G, so it's already done from the international stratigraphic chart.
Okay.
So these are codes which are already been established for our geological database.
It would be worthwhile to add this on in the column in order to compare it, which is very valuable. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Something similar, but with other abbreviations. It's done by the German cartographic, by the German. By the State Geological Surveys of Germany in a common work, and we have also, well, we are using, of course, the IUGS official abbreviations, which we found from 2016, which are still valid, but new ages and new stages are just not included. Well, this is just a nice example that even with abbreviations, you can have some challenge to find the right ones. Thank you. Now I'm going back to the presentation. Andrea, can I just fix that you are going to send this to us, and so we will add this on in a column? Excellent. Yeah, thank you. So, we have 14 more minutes, which, if you have any more input or discussion, we can use, but we also can just have a break before lunchtime. I see, let me look, if somebody looks as if he or she would like to say something right now. Well, I'm pretty, yeah. Yeah, okay, so thank you very much for your input so far. I think this already has a good solution how we are going on. And I will include the results of this discussion tomorrow in the presentation. And thank you very much. With this, our session on the vocabulary is finished now. Thank you.
May I say something concerning faults?
Oh, well, it was finished, but no, it's not finished.
Yesterday we were discussing this issue. I don't know, can I show something? I have a USB.
Probably you can show it.
Let's see.
Let me just say.
Okay.
Better
Just in
safe.
case.
Better safe.
Let's see if I can. Does it? I can close this one. You don't need it, right? I will send it to you. Never mind. I mean, it's online. It's you can access it through our website.
At the moment, for the faults, we are using the Inspire fault symbology, meaning that it's pretty simple, which is good because everybody can see it. But also in Germany, we have a different way of showing faults, and you have it too in Italy.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. This is something taken from my presentation of tomorrow, but the point is, let's see. Okay. Well, in the list of terms that we used for faults in Work Package 6, there are a number of terms which are actually, which have been provided by partners, including us, but in some cases are not actually, well, first of all, not responding to Inspire, and secondly, in some cases they actually imply already an interpretation of the dynamics which generate that kind of faults. So during a discussion for the production of a structural map in Italy with other colleagues who are more into the structural and geology and tectonics, we came up with a list of terms which, let's say, haven't got a geodynamic meaning. It's only the description of the type of movement which takes place along the fault. So, for instance, since I mentioned these two cases many times in the past, transtensive and transpressive, which are two adjectives that are used in Italy and not only in Italy, but actually the Inspire vocabulary has only got the definition for the general process, which is transtension and transpression, but doesn't use the adjectives. So transpressive and transtensive actually imply that you are already interpreting what kind of dynamic process is going on in that place. Whereas when you describe the fault without any additional interpretation, you should say only for transtensive normal oblique slip fault, and for transpressive reverse oblique slip fault, which means that you have a normal fault with oblique slip or a reverse fault with oblique slip. So then you can have additional components, and so you can have left right lateral normal oblique slip. I mean, it's a kind of complicated, but it's standardized and without any additional meaning. So I am going to show this tomorrow in the Work Package 6 presentation, but what I would like to share with you and discuss together is is it worth to change this definition? I mean, this is also for next phase. It's
This
not
is for
this
next phase, yeah.
But is it worth to change the definition and adopt a definition which is more, I would say, aseptic? It's like, no, I don't get into the discussion of what type of processes are going on. I just describe what's happening along the fault. So it's up to you to tell me yes, no, I prefer to stay with the present list of terms, I want to change, or I don't know, can we standardize them, and also for Work Package 4 for faults which are more ancient than the Quaternary and so on.
Okay.
So that's it.
So we have still time for input from your side. You also can, of course, think about it and then come with an idea and your input tomorrow. So you already have seen it.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it was a long morning. So thank you for showing this, Andrea.
Yeah, but we have time to discuss this tomorrow as well. Let me see, I have to take it out, sorry. It's like, let's see if I can do this. Yes. No.
He wants
now
to have it too. We
okay.
do it later. Let's. So, Lars.
This was part of Work Package 6, I think, because in Work Package 4 we have also a fault map, no?
The point is that we have.
Yeah, because
we have a cross. Sorry, just to explain. We have a cross-boundary working group in order also to adapt, or at least to synchronize the faults as far as possible. In Work Package 4, we describe them according to INSPIRE, and now Andrea is asking for Work Package 6. If the description and the name, the term for the fault should be changed.
Yeah, I can answer to that because I already, in my new delivery to Work Package 4, had indeed problems with faults and faults with the D, so the actual state, because currently our fault map actually it's covers both of them with the same term, and now when you indeed list it like that, my problem is already solved, so I think it's a very good idea. So yeah.
Okay, so done. Wonderful. Very good.
Yeah, my name is Anne Blischke, Iceland. I think due to a lot of the active faults moving and earthquakes, there's a lot of more studying going on where they're actually starting to subdivide. So basically, usually it's just from the seismologist saying, okay, what type of fault, but then it's not translated into a map. So it actually would be good to have this, so it's actually forcing people to give them different symbols, especially if we know how the fault is moving.
Thank you.
Yeah, as you saw in the slide I showed, we also have symbols, different symbols, because we are using those definitions for a map that we are producing, which should come out next year or maybe the following year. But yes, okay, it's. I mean, I only suggested the definitions, but then we can agree also on the symbols. We can discuss that as well, if you like. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good discussion. Thank you. Very good. Well, now I try again. If you are ready for a break and for lunch, I would like to thank you again for this constructive discussion and the ideas and the input. And, well, I look forward to seeing you at lunchtime. Thank you. Thank you.
Hope it's on the micro. Okay, my name is Uffe Larsen. I'm from the Geological Survey of Denmark and Greenland. And I'm going to say something about borehole indexes and geophysics indexes in this workshop here. So I have to find the right slides. Just to recapture, the purpose with these indexes are not to download data and use the data for you in your own data sets. The purpose is only to see where are data in the world and who do you want to contact to get the data. So and right now there's a specification in a Google spreadsheet that you hopefully know about. So you can find it, it's right here. And it's the same spreadsheet for both boreholes and geophysics. And we have a tab sheet here with a borehole structure, and there's a nice one here with all the attributes or columns that you have to use, and also some references to code lists as well. So it's a very long list. And in reality has shown that it's very difficult for the users, or you, to figure out how do you going to fill out this all these data. So I tried to make some statistics from the database, and I took the most common values that I could find. If you, for example, look at the boreholes here, there's a bit, take some here. For example, if you look at purpose, and according to the spreadsheet, this has to follow Inspire code list, but it seems that people write whatever they like. So there's all kinds of different ways to say what the purpose is, instead of using the Inspire code list. So yeah, that's just one example. And here we have another example here for the status. The most common values. As you can see, there are different kinds of spelling, and uppercase letter, lowercase letters. And actually, it doesn't say a lot. It just say that they're finished drilling the well. So I don't know how much information that actually is in that information. So to do something with that, I was thinking about, deleting some of the columns. So it's this shows the borehole index and the amount of columns that actually were filled with real values that was not unknown, null, or things like that. So for most of them, a very few percentages of them were filled out. And for example, for borehole use, data was very missing. All kinds of things could be in there. And also for elevation, I thought also of deleting that column because it was not clear what kind of value it represented. Was it this bottom of the sea? Was it the rotary table where you drill, or what was it? So, and also, because the whole purpose is not to be able to download data and use the data, the purpose is just to see who has access, how can I access data. So my proposal is just that we just, delete all these columns from the data set. And I...
and is that for performance purposes?
No, it's just to get a better overview, because people doesn't seem to use the template properly. They use, as you can see here in the spreadsheet here, there are some regulations about rules about how to fill out the spreadsheets, but people don't follow them. And also, if you're going to get an overview, if you just go into the map viewer here, and you just want to get an overview, where are data? Why don't you have to fill out a lot of columns that are, you don't need them to filter data, you don't need them to see where data are. They mostly contain messy data.
Is this, because I know that for the other laws, they do provide data, not just metadata.
Yeah.
How is the Secretariat still fine with EMODNET-Geology not providing real data?
Yeah, but as far as I've understood from Bjarne, the purpose is not to be able to download data and use these data, because it only says where are the wells, actually.
Yeah.
The reason with this portal here for boreholes and geophysics is people can get an overview, they can search for data, and they can contact the person. They have to find a contact person that are able to say, how can you be able to get the data and provide them to you. That's what I have heard is the whole purpose with the
But that's also something that that the Secretariat is happy with?
I don't know.
Because I know that we will both be at the EMODNET hackathon.
Yeah.
And
I'm not sure I'm going anyway.
Oh, okay.
But,
anyway, I'll be at the EMODNET hackathon, and I know that they will say, we want to be able to select all the points where gravel is the main lithology, for example, so that most points disappear, and you. So I understand that.
Yeah, but we don't have that information at all. We don't have the in this data set. We don't have a structured way to say, for example, the main lithology.
I know we don't have that yet. But I just that's why I'm curious to see if the Secretariat, and I never go to these meetings, so I don't know if the Secretariat is happy with it, because EMODNET-Geology is the only lot who does not provide sort of point data to the portal. We make all kinds of nice maps, and that's what we provide. But we do not provide point data, only metadata. And I'm just curious if at some point the Secretariat is going to say, well, we want you to provide the full data as well, that we don't want to have taken everything out and then have to put it back in. So that's why I'm asking the question.
Okay, yeah.
So, but I'm not sure what the answer is, and probably Henry will be the only one who knows. And if we don't have to worry about it, that's great. But I know that because I already went to one of those hackathons, and they were complaining that not just about geology, also about other lots, but that it was difficult to find not maps but data. So
yeah, that's right. But maybe you could do that in another phase. Maybe this is the
yes,
phase. Maybe in the 6th phase or next phase, we can work on a data set that actually have the whole lithology.
Yeah.
But because right now we are just limited to geographical data. You have one point.
Yes.
You have to squeeze all the lithologic description into one column.
Yeah.
It would be nicer if we had the whole, section through the ground with all top and bottom levels, lithology description all the way down in another data set. But it's very hard to do that in in the GeoServer and the map server that we use to present the maps.
Okay. Yes.
On the map viewer.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
I will have to see in perhaps in GSEU what the plans are within EGDI to provide that kind of capability.
Yeah, but they have some in the new central portal. They have some download facilities for other lots.
Yes.
So maybe you could use some of their experience with doing that to be able to provide a data set with the lithology and the geological description of all boreholes and also the sample points. So, and also in time maybe some geotechnical parameters as well, if you're able to get that.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's feasible in this phase.
It's difficult, because there's also a language component, and when you have numerical data, it's easier. But when you have descriptive data, the language is more difficult.
Yeah. But right now we have a data set that is very messy, and if people download these data, they will
get confused.
They could just get confused. Maybe also it seems that people have difficulties to upload data to us because they have to look at this specification here. With all these columns.
Sure.
And let's say this one here. And it can be very confusing to go through all these columns here to figure out what it's about, find out how to map these columns to their own data set. It takes a lot of time. So I think maybe it's better just to get rid of some of the columns and then focus on doing things right on the most important columns instead. So I don't know if you agree with that. I'll make this, after this meeting here, I will going to make a little document about what I'm going to omit from the data set and send it around. And if you agree with it, I can do it in the end. Remove some of the columns. But before I did that, I just wanted to hear your opinion about the whole thing. Do you think it's a good idea or is it a bad idea? Yeah?
That will inherently mean that we have to do more work.
Yeah.
I was wondering, so the data that we have provided needs then to be groomed and get all the...
No, you don't have to do anything. If I already have delivered a data set, I can just,
Oh, you
just remove the columns.
Okay.
And the people who haven't done it yet, they have just an easier job. Of course, there might have to be, maybe in some cases, with actually, I'm not completely right. Because, of course, we have to look at some of the codes for example, go here. These are the columns I suggest to use in the revised format. When all the columns without any important data is removed, and for purpose and drilling method, there ought to be a code list that belongs to those up here. So if you haven't been able to, use the code list that is specified before, then you have to upload again. So, yeah. Odd, you also have to say some.
I was just wondering if the reason why there is so much data missing is, I remember Bjarne, first time I sent data, he said he just wanted data, didn't care about what was inside. Yeah. And then last time I tried to fill out everything, so maybe much of those data missing information is from the beginning when Bjarne took everything.
Exactly. We said it twice, and at the second time I don't think it was, because we didn't it was after the deadline. So there might be more, not from us, but maybe from no complete data.
Okay, yeah. So it's up to you. What do you think is the best solution? But Bjarne had one opinion about it. You could deliver anything. But then you end up with a data set that looks very messy and not very, professional. Or you can say just have to select a few columns and then have more, harmonized data set. So what do you think is the best solution to that?
Yeah, the first point he made was that Bjarne said, just send us data, and it becomes messy right away. So we haven't really tried to harmonize all the data sets perfectly. I know we tried hard and we didn't manage to get the gold standard from Bjarne. I don't know what we did wrong, but so there's a little bit of this feedback. We need the quality check. We need to. And it's more work for you, but I mean, if we know how to fill it out perfectly, then I guess it won't be any problem from our side. Maybe also, I can't remember, this is a few years ago, but I think might have missed some of these objects as maybe we didn't have data, but probably also we didn't really understand which or what the purpose was for the purpose, whatever. So might be some confusion, might be some, I don't know. But the status last time Bjarne, the last status I saw from Bjarne was that there were very few partners that actually had a good grade of delivered. I mean the quantity, quality, everything, and the setup was as Bjarne wanted it. So
But maybe you could make a vote in here and say, if you just put up your arms and say what is the best way to go, to have so much as possible, or to have a more standardized data set. What do you think if you just have to vote for it? It's hard to make a decision. I can't make the decision. I don't know. I don't know how to make the decision that says how many columns are we going to have in the data set. Yeah, Odd?
I could say perhaps that from our perspective, the attributes could be refined, because like we send our samples like drilled borehouse, but it's not borehouse, it's grab samples. So the attributes could be much more or it would have been good if we could perhaps go through and perhaps I agree that several attributes maybe could have been removed, but maybe there is remodeling of the. I don't know how this list of attributes came together.
Yeah. So if I go. For purpose, it's an inspired code list, but it's not followed. People write whatever they like, so it's a mixture of everything. So yeah, but I guess maybe the way is to get forward is to, I make a document with my suggestion here, and people have to maybe say for each column, do you want this column? Yes, no. Would that be a way forward? So every country could, have a vote on this to say, I want this column, I don't want this column. And then we have a base based on these values here that says we need all these columns here have to be in the final data set at least, but then we could choose for each column if you want to deliver it or not. If more than 2 countries want to deliver a column, then it's going to be in the final data set. Do you think that would be a way forward?
One thing we did when we sent our grab samples was that we checked the data that was already there, and we found that, for example, BGS had sent samples that they had mentioned as drilling method. They have given the name, kind of an internal name of their drill equipment. So then we found out that, okay, there's probably no vocabulary. We can just type what we call it. So it's some cleaning up should probably be done.
Well, then we need a code list for drilling method or sampling method. Yeah.
But in, have we looked at, for example, GOCs or some other vocabularies where there are lists of drilling methods?
I found there is a short list there, but it was very short, and then I think Bjarne referred to a list of drilling methods, but it was like 10.
You can even map to it, just so no one needs to know what drill flip means in Dutch, but when it's, that it's to collect a shallow core, you have shallow cores, deep cores, grab sampler, or I'm just afraid that if we throw out, I'm not interested in drilling operator.
No.
But when it comes to the type of core, maybe not specific brand, but the type, that would be very useful. It's good to know the difference between a surface sample and
sure. Yeah.
If you were it's an environmental issue for somebody else, not geologists, then the driller might be interesting. Or if there's a systemic pollution or whatever. I mean, this is person or I don't know, but this is difficult to know who benefits. I'm not in favor of endless list. Absolutely not. For what to take out.
Yeah.
It might not be all of these parameters, attributes don't necessarily mean much to geologists. Might have some value to others, maybe. But I don't know.
But have we as a group, to be honest, we looked at this a long time ago, but for all the other deliverables, we look at ways to improve it, to make our maps better. We can also say we're going to have the discipline. Obviously, we
yeah.
need lists.
Yeah.
But then we need some volunteers who can,
Yeah, make the list. Yeah.
So, just like with the other deliverables, we also look at making things better. And that sometimes means go back to what we delivered and make the metadata higher quality. And we're getting paid. And obviously sometimes you pay more attention to work package 6 than to work package something else. But if that is important to us, then perhaps this is something that we can commit to. And just say that this is one of the, filling out these tables is one of the things we'll do better, so that we don't have all these.
This kind of metadata work was exactly one of the points that I thought, this I can delegate to somebody else to do. But that person maybe not be, I'm not either, but the other person might have missed some of these issues, right? So I have to go back and improve the metadata. So that's our story. So from our part, there's a lot of room for improvement. So there might be just that.
Okay.
So messy should not be your problem. Messy should be.
Yeah, but in the end I have to, I could make the data model with code list and constraints, so you can't add values that are not valid. For example, I could put that into the database.
Yeah.
For example, on purpose, I can just take all the purposes from the Inspire code list, put it in the database, and whenever I upload, I will get an error if data are not correct. Then I have to contact you about it and say you have to correct the data. But it's going to be a very large project if I'm going to do that with all the columns. So it's not feasible. And also we still need, I don't know how the code list is for drilling methods, if that is okay to use, or maybe it's not complete enough. So I'll have to look into that. Yeah, but I think, so this is one thing I wanted to reduce some of the columns, but I can hear now that people are a bit reluctant to it because we had another instruction from Bjarne a long time ago. So I'm going to write a document that with this, where we go through this discussion here and send around and see what makes a kind of vote about what do you want to deliver, what do you not want to deliver, and then make the structure of the borehole table that follows what you have decided on in the end. So maybe you should have a consultant period for maybe a month or 2 months or so, where you can say what you like. If you don't say anything, I will just use the thing I showed before, this one. Yeah, the revised format of attributes for the boreholes. Another important thing is, if you go and look at the original purpose with these indexes, it was to see where data were, find metadata, and to contact the surveys that have produced the data. But right now, if you look at data, it's not that easy. The only thing you have that you can use as a reference is the email address for the institution. For example, people just get the information that these data comes from www.geosdk, for example. And it's not very usable for a user who wants to see the actual data. So a way to make that better is to use, there's a column called, in the data set called metadata, URI, and with a URL or link to some metadata. And my suggestion here is that because we have a column with these with a metadata URL, and it points to some general metadata for the whole institution. And when you look down here, I have to go in another kind of mode. Don't know if you're able to see it, but up here in this, here we have some contact information with an email address and other stuff that tells the user where to actually get the real data. And my suggestion is that because we use a system called EMODNET-Geology, developed by the Czech survey in ECDI. And not all of you are editors, metadata editors in that system. So my suggestion is that every country send some short information to me, just contact info information, and I fill out in this system EMODNET-Geology, the ECDI metadata, this information, and put it into the right columns in the data set. And that gives the user the possibility to actually to see where can I get who can I contact to get the real data. What do you think about that? Yeah. So you just in a mail, just write. Maybe there's two things that is important. An abstract up here, and I can come with some suggestions about what to write there. We have 2 lines. It says we have here some boreholes from Norwegian Geological Survey, for example, and an email address and maybe a phone number or something as a point of contact. And I will fill things
something
out.
Like a help desk.
Yeah. For example, if you have a help desk at your institution, you can write it in there. So you have maybe some problems with GPDR if you write your own personal name. So it's better to write if you have a more general email address that you could use. Yeah. So that was the borehole index thing, and I've said something about the metadata. And then we go to the geophysics data index. And we have 2 ways to show the data right now. We have our own portal, map viewer, and also I'm going to tell a little bit about that tomorrow. We have the central portal map viewer. And right now on our own map viewer, there we have a problem with performance because we use another technology than the central portal. For this purpose here, on our map viewer, we could use map server for the VMS services, and on central portal we use GeoServer. And map server has a problem with big amounts of data. And it showed up, for example, when we got all the data from Norway, we had a really we really had a lot of data. And it just meant that the performance just went completely down on the map server based viewer that we use at our portal. So my suggestion here is that when you deliver data for the geophysical data, you don't deliver all the shot points along the lines, but just simplify the geometry. Because still the purpose is not, as I have understood, that people are going to use the data for modeling and so on. You're just going to use the data to see where data are and how to get the concept information. So I just want to remind you to, when you deliver geophysics data for geophysics, that you run some simplified algorithm on your data and reduce them before you send them to me, because otherwise I have to do it. So it's a performance question, a question about performance. And also here, I have looked at the columns for geophysics. And it seems that compared to the original data specification in the spreadsheet, go here, we have a specification here about geophysics. I guess that Bjarne already has reduced some of the columns, I don't know, compared to this one here. So in the database, there's a limited number of columns already. And we have actually we don't have so many anymore. We have these in white and also the red one. And the red column here, discipline, it always the same value. Marine geology, it doesn't say anything. So there's no need to have this column in the data set. So I guess this column could be deleted. So if you want to make a, you can also add this column, marine geology, if you want to make a query and extract your data. You can also add the extra column hard-coded. There's no reason to have it into the database, the same value for thousands of rows. And here, I have suggested to add some new columns instead. We have the metadata, linked to the metadata, and I would suggest we do it as the same way I've suggested before, that you send me your contact information and I fill out the columns for the different institutions. And also, there's another problem here with compared to the tender. The tender says something about we should be able to visualize seismic data, multi-beam data. And right now it's just, like you saw with the borehole data set, it's kind of messy. I have to figure out what is a multi-beam survey, what is a seismic survey. I have to look into every column and see if I can find something that says this is a multi-beam survey. So I also suggest to add some new columns here, seismic and just a yes-no attribute, multi-beam, also yes-no attribute. As now I have written others here, but maybe it could be backscatter, I don't know. It's just expert assess whether there has been backscatter or not in your survey. So I'm going to add that as well. And it makes it easy when you're in use the map viewer to filter your data that way. Because in reality, it's a one-to-many relation between the line that you sail and all the methods that you have used when you have been sailing. So it has to be, in separate columns. Yeah. So that's what I've planned to tell about with regard to borehole indexes and geophysics indexes. So I don't know if you have any comments or anything else. Yeah.
I have a question about that. Last thing you talked about with the type of geophysics data. Are we supposed to deliver track lines for multibeam also?
It says so in the tender.
It does.
Yeah, it's mentioned in the tender that we are going to deliver.
Yeah, I think it's strange because the bathymetry lot has a lot of these data.
Yeah. Okay, so you already deliver those data to another?
Oh yes, yes. Most of bathymetry has a really. I mean, this would be double work within EMODNET. And they have also been talking about including seismic data for some purpose, but again, which lot should it be, or should it be in both? We know that boreholes, some of them are also in other lots.
Yeah, we have in the human activities that.
Human activities. Yeah. Okay, fine, but
it's only oil wells and gas wells.
Yeah, but multibeam is a huge thing in the bathymetry lot.
Yeah.
With
so
a
maybe
lot
it's
of
not reason to add them here if they're already in
it's easy just to click on that layer where you can see all the track lines for multibeam.
Okay. So I don't know why.
And there are I think also side scan, but I'm not completely sure what we have only been delivering multibeam and single beam, and not other kinds of geophysics data for the bathymetry lot, but there are some, I guess.
Okay. So maybe we should have another look at the tender.
But I mean, it's interesting. It's here. I mean, if it's there. I mean, if it's these geophysical departments that have multibeam data that perhaps the bathymetry lot doesn't know about. That is in itself might be worthwhile. Yeah. But it's for us it would be double work or the same work.
Yeah, it's a good thing to know, because in the new central portal, the whole thing is connected together. All the different slots are in one portal. Yeah. So it's quite easy there to see, to pick a layer with multibeam data for bathymetry and the other one for...
Yeah. And another thing you said, to reduce the vertices or simplifying seismic lines. That's a huge thing for multibeam, which are going zigzag all the time and blah blah blah. We have been doing a lot of work on simplifying, but you can only simplify it to a certain degree, right? So again, the bathymetry lot has kinds of way of working with special tools to automate, semi-automate or automate the simplification issue. I don't know. If people don't have multibeam, then it's no problem. You don't deliver. But if it's a lot, then it's a lot of work.
Okay. It's not to simplify the data themselves. It's just to simplify the lines that
the lines, the track lines itself for the map purpose. Yeah.
And
there's both polygons. We showed both in polygon for the area coverage, and then also the track lines themselves.
Okay,
and in a special ordering where you have from upper left to lower right, it has to be in that direction. Doesn't make any sense except for the computer. So there's a lot of these things, and each, I mean, there's really a lot of work in the bathymetry lot when it comes to multi-beam.
Yeah, we have to look into that. Yeah, it's a good point. Have any other comments? I don't know about the time, is it?
We still have 15 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So I briefly checked the NERC vocabulary, which was developed partly under geoseas, at least for the geological part, and I think there's some, quite some useful, levels of vocabulary entry terms that might be useful for us.
Yeah, yeah. That's good.
When it comes to, because it's another thing I remember from geoseas is that we were working with Paolo Di Viaccio, I think, at Trieste, and he developed a method to look at, to visualize and share seismic profiles online. I heard you say that we're, according to the contract, we're required to show.
I just read the tender, and it said something about multi-beam data. We'd have
to just multi-beam, no seismics.
Also seismic, because we had seismic before. We have to show the seismic lines.
Yeah, but we never show seismic lines. We only show, we show navigation.
Acoustic data. No.
But we don't show the acoustics, right?
No, we just show the sailing lines.
Yeah.
But
I think they mean the, yeah.
We could have one default that just shows.
Yeah.
Well, concerning what Sitze said, I think there is a major issue concerning this kind of data, because also in the past, even though people always said that they were willing to actually share data that had been acquired, in the end this was not done. Even from OGS, I know that they have a very wide database, which, however, is not so easily accessible. Now, at present, we have a new project which covers the entire Italian territory, and the major task is to actually kind of EMODNET for the Italian geology, let's say. I mean, it includes on-land areas as well as submerged areas. And our task is to provide harmonized information and to provide the free access to all the data that have been acquired in the past. That means that it should include data which resides at OGS. They are partners in this project. And there should be also a few tools to at least visualize the data. The point is that, for instance, for boreholes, as far as I remember, because there is a colleague from ISPRA who's in charge of that, and it's not me, and I mean, we have the location of the boreholes, but the data which had been acquired are not digitalized. So you cannot actually view them directly online. You have to go back to the place where they are, which is with the Ministry of Environment, and then you can view a raster, which is, I mean, it's just like a picture of the log which had been done by somebody by hand, like in the 70s and 80s, something like that.
But it's scanned then?
Yeah, I think so. So, you know, I mean, we are kind of halfway from databases which already exist to something which can actually be used.
Yeah.
So I hope we succeed in our task of providing free access to this kind of data. And in case we find out how to do that, I am happy to share with everybody the process to do this. But this is something that will come in the next
phase,
3-4 years, let's say.
Yeah.
So up to now, well, I will speak again with my colleagues at ISPRA who take care of these boreholes and geophysics. They're two different people, and I already mentioned this issue to them, and hopefully they are following us, I don't know. I provided the link to follow this session, and we'll see what can be done, because up to now, as far as I know, we only provided metadata for those, and it's not even so easy to get hold of metadata as well.
Okay,
so, I mean, this is the kind of state of the art.
Okay, yeah. But when it comes to the actual geology that you have in your system or in your archive as a scanned page or something like that, is it a PDF document or GIF file? Okay,
yeah. I think it's PDF.
Yeah. Actually, you could link to that file if you have if it's online. It's not online. It's not. You don't have the information in a table that says this geology from this depth to that depth. You have a document. Maybe you could just have a link directly to the document without any.
Yeah, but I mean, this means that we should have somebody like you at our institute doing this.
Okay.
Which is an additional task. Okay, we can ask for more funding for it from EMODNET. I don't know.
Okay. Okay, but to sum up what we have discussed here, I'm going to make a new document with all the columns that are specified in this Google spreadsheet here. If I can find it. Yeah, for both for boreholes and for geophysics. I'm going to make a mark with what I think needs to be in the new data set. I'm going to send this around, and maybe we could do it in this spreadsheet as well. Add some new columns for every country. Let's say I want this column, I don't want this column. And then in the end, we have a product. Maybe you can say if majority, I don't know, if I don't know, 10% thinks that of the institution thinks that this column has to be saved for the future, then we're going to keep that column in the data set. And then focus on harmonizing the data afterwards with some code lists. And another thing I haven't mentioned it is the grab samples. Right now, we're in the old data set, in the start when this phase started, we didn't know so much about the central portal. And then it was planned to have one data set with grab samples and one other data set with borehole indexes. But right now, the central portal asks us continuously to reduce the number of data sets. You have to merge data. And it means that we have merged boreholes and grab samples into one data set, into one table. But it also means that, for example, some of the column names that you already have mentioned, drilling method, for example. If you look at this here, it's not, if you have a grab sample, it doesn't make much sense to call it drilling method. So maybe we should also maybe think about change the names of the columns.
Yeah, so in EMODNET, it's the sample collector.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So revise the column names as well while we're at it.
You can immediately link them to. Sorry. So in EMODNET and GeoC's, you know, they've already defined these in URLs, and you can immediately link to them very easily. And they're just, you know, sediment grabs, unconsolidated sediment core, rock drill. There's just maybe 5 or 6 categories, not more. So it's fairly straightforward, I think. You know, I know that I think we have about 10 or so sediment sort of collection type instruments, and it's very easy to just say, okay, all these go into whatever. So perhaps that's the
point is that they initially asked for boreholes, and that's why it came out with this name, because it would be it would have sense to change the name and say samplings. And then instead of drilling method, sampling method. And if it's a drilling, it's a drill hole.
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
data sets, then it's a problem with these column names. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, well, I don't know. I mean, we can either change the definition of the data set or make an additional data set for different samplings and leave the boreholes on one side and the rest of the samplings in a different place, because you can have grabs, dredges, I don't know, piston, okay, it's still a core, but yeah, surface sampler, box corer, which is not a drilling actually. So.
Okay, I see what you mean, but then the central portal is going to be sad about it because they want us to reduce the data set. Yeah.
You also need somebody else to do this stuff.
So maybe for the time being, maybe we should just stick to the old names, or what do you think? Should we use some effort to rename some of the columns or redefine the data set?
I think that the simplest solution would be to change the name instead of boreholes, calling it sampling.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know. I mean, it's.
Okay. Yeah.
In other similar projects, we are also discussing using a video, so that might be another issue in the future. So then it's more than not only just sampling, but also ground proofing in some sort, whatever. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Also, some of these boreholes are actually just filmed. You know, you don't have samples; you have a log. Yeah, a log. Yeah.
In the last call, they were actually talking about boring surveys. So you know, it's not as if they know a lot about this. And we just made the best translation that we could.
Okay. So then it's better to call it sampling, I guess. Yeah. Okay, but I guess there are also some kind of, you can maybe use the measurement and observation standard to get some other names for, instead of drilling method and so on. Yeah. So I will also come with a suggestion about renaming the columns, and you can write if you have any other ideas about what the column should be called. You can write that in the spreadsheet. Yeah. So Henry, is it time or? No. Okay. Yeah, but we're nearly finished, I think. So most of the work that has to be done is mine in the start. Yeah. So yeah.
I guess we can read about it in the guidelines, but the process now is that still that we send you a link with the data and you merge them, the data.
Yeah.
So that hasn't changed.
First we agree on the change of the data model.
Yeah.
First
that.
First, then you upload your data, and you'll send me a mail with the metadata information, contact information.
Yeah.
And a little description of the data set you have uploaded. And I put that into the metadatabase, and I upload the metadata column.
Mm-hmm.
And
in practical terms, do you copy the data? I mean, it seems like if we change the original data or that we send to Bjarne, the changes are not happening on the portal. So there must be a copy somewhere, or at least that's how I thought it appeared to me.
Yeah, then you have to point out. Do you know? I don't know if you're missing some data on the.
No, I have to. This was way back when I checked it, so it might have. There might be some changes now that I haven't caught up with, but the question is still: is the data copied in the process before it enters the portal?
The thing I've done so far, I take your shapefile or whatever it is, and I copy it to. You have some schemas in the database. I copy your data directly into your own schema in the database, and from there I copy the data to the BP9, work package 9 schema.
Yeah. Okay, so there is some sort of...
Yeah. So we have the original data set that you have sent to us, and we just, in the copy process, we change something if something doesn't look right.
So if we make a change on our data, it doesn't show up on the portal automatically?
No, you have to...
It has to go through the process.
They have to go,
yes.
It has to go through me in the way.
Fine. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if there's anything else. So I'm going to, the major points that we have been discussing today, I'm going to say that on Thursday as well. I'm going to present the new central portal map viewer. It's going to be launched in the 14th of November, just after this meeting. I'm going to tell about what has happened here, and I'm going to say something about the other tasks that we have to do according to the tender on Thursday. So that's the plan. Yeah, welcome.